Good morning, campers. How are we all doing on this Sunday morning? My apologies for this confusion. I had no idea that I scheduled these for 11 on StreamYard, despite putting 11:30 everywhere else, including the thumbnail. So my apologies. It was supposed to be 11:30. What is everybody's plan today? I have already listened to an hour of Jade Legacy this morning and read 51 pages. So I'm now on page 471. I have just over 4 hours left of this. So still hopeful I'll finish this today. Whether or not I actually managed to finish the Hawthorne Legacy today is another matter. But I think I'm going to do a similar thing again where I do 2 sprints of Jade Legacy to a sprint of Hawthorne Legacy to try and make my way through both. I would still really like to read Cat Gamer Volume 2 as well today at some point, but we'll see whether or not I manage that. So fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. Progress will be made, I hope. So I will do the first sprint on Jade Legacy because I've just listened to an hour as well. Then the second sprint I will spend on Hawthorne Legacy and then go back and forth again. But what are your plans today? Good morning, Amanda. Hello, how are we all today? I carried on reading after sprints ended yesterday and got to page 222 in my current read, but read a total of 556 pages in the whole day. Nice. You read a lot yesterday. I love that for you. I carried on not straight after the sprint. I actually watched like 3 or 4 episodes of The Last Kingdom, then came up to bed, carried on. Did I finish a chapter or did I go to another chapter? I might have carried on another couple of chapters and then edited last night until about 2:30, 3 o'clock this morning. I edited this vlog up until today. And then I did a spend the day with me on Monday. So I edited that vlog. I need to wrap that up. So yeah, I just need to do a wrap up clip for that. And then that video is done. I need to finish this vlog off obviously today. And then that vlog is done. So progress has been made, which is great news. I have a vlog I need to edit for patrons as well, but I'll get into that probably tomorrow. Again, I need to wrap that vlog up. I'm really good at doing vlogs, but wrapping them up, I'm fucking terrible at. Really bad. So yeah, good morning. Gonna be continuing with Red Country today. Nice. Good morning, everyone. Finished my book yesterday evening and I'm starting with Steel's Edge by Ilona Andrews. That's the first book in the series. Oh, sorry, the final book in the series, Struggles. I hope you enjoy. Currently at work, but we'll be back home soon to read. Nice. I need to do homework, film, finish making my TBR jar and read, not sure what. Gonna listen to a Danish new release while knitting. Nice. Hello. I'm on page 170 of 486. I'm just hoping to make progress at this point. You've got this, Leonie. I believe in you. I need to get groceries, so I'll be heading out to do that in the first sprint. Page 287 of Akamath. My plan is to finish it, do chores, and maybe listen to Nick and Charlie. Adorable. Oh no, has it done it again? Hang on. I think the ads are turned on again. Let me turn them off. Where am I? Oh, there we are. We're live. Duh. Right, I turned them off. Hopefully they should stop again. Less than 50 pages of Iron Flame. Look at you making progress. Proud of you. Good morning. Going to start Feybound as I didn't last night, but might read a volume of Spy X Family to ease in. Nice. Finished 3 books yesterday, so starting HOSAP and Solo Leveling Volume 7 or Saviour's Book Cafe Story Volume 3, Decisions. I think I have that Saviour's Book Cafe. But Volume 1, I was writing down a bunch of manga the other day for a potential video. I do. Volume 1, I do have that. Fascinating. I'll be finishing the last 60 pages of Crooked House by Agatha Christie. Nice. I hope you all had a good solve along last night. Hello. I need to read exams all day. They're due next week, and they're due next week to hand out to my students. Dang. Definitely finishing The Endless War today. Didn't pick up my audiobook at all this weekend, but I'm just continuing to listen to it after the readathon. Fair. Hello to Australia. I'm currently reading Bright Young Women by Jess and All. It's been a very popular book that recently. I am a little bit intrigued. Hi all, I'm working on a new diamond painting and listen to Harry Potter 2. Nice. Gonna try and get A Chunk of the Enemy by Charlie Higson done today. I need to do a reread of Lore Olympus so I can read volume 5. I might do that today. That sounds like a lush day, I'm not gonna lie. Going to study a bit more. I'm going to study a bit, but maybe in the next slice of time, I will be reading Inferno by Dan Brown. Andy's been making his way through the films again for unknown reasons. He just decided to put them on the other day, and I got really annoyed with it. He fell asleep, and I turned it off because I love the movies, but because we were watching it on his Fire Stick, they didn't have subtitles, and half the movie's in French. So I had to turn it off. I just got sick of it because I didn't know what they were saying, and I was like, I've seen the movie several times, but it's been a long time since I've seen it, and I'm like, I'm missing the whole point of the film here because I can't understand half of it. So I ended up turning it off. I got really annoyed. I've got an hour and a half left of the audio of Ruthless Vows, so hoping to get that done soon. I'll probably start by continuing Akawar and then start reading Famine. Nice. 3 hours left of Red Country. I just bought that Atlas Complex and I can't wait to start that today. Nice. Hello, I'm going to start Divine Rivals today. I'm going to do some work in the first sprint and then sit with Fourth Wing. Reading Don't Let Her Stay. Rereading Crown of Midnight. Nice. Going to listen to more of Talon's Sister on Spotify while I do some more historical fantasy editing. Need to do some dance choreo practice as well, but can do that later. Nice. Looks like we've got a productive day ahead of us. These sprints will not be going all day, just FYI. I have made the decision. I mentioned this on Friday, I think, or yesterday, but I am wrapping up the day with my patrons because I'm also hosting a patron readathon at the moment. So I will be wrapping the day up with them this evening. So my sprints start with them at 5 o'clock, and I wouldn't mind maybe a little bit of a break between. So these sprints will probably go till around 4-ish. We'll see how it goes and where the sprints fall, but obviously, just so you're aware, they won't be going all day. Because I know people tend to come in and ask, how long am I sprinting for? And usually it's till I want to sprint. But today it will be like an end point, so that I know of ahead of time. Just because my sister wants me to read Origin, but I want to read the previous ones of the series. Fair. I was talking to Kath last night. I was watching The Last Kingdom and I was talking to her last night. And I hadn't fully realised that The Last Kingdom is based off of a book. A series. So I was asking her whether or not she's read the series, and she said she's read a few of them in the series and they're pretty good. So I have found the audiobook for the first one on BookBeat. So I might end up adding that to my TBR this year. We'll see, because I'm just really enjoying it and I really want more Norse mythology and Vikings and all of that good stuff. So yeah, I may try that one out this year, but it's exciting because I don't read a lot of book to movie/TV show adaptations in which the movie/TV adaptation has come out and I am behind, like with the book, for example. I think the first one that I ever did that with, actually, it was Twilight. I was about to say The Martian, which is a lie. It was Twilight. I watched the first movie, and then my brother's ex-girlfriend, his girlfriend at the time, was like, Steph, you need to read the books. So she lent me the books and I ended up flying through. This was the first time I'd ever like fully flown through books. Now I was like 18. I ended up flying through the whole series in 2 weeks. and which was a huge feat for me because I can't sit and concentrate, normally can't sit and concentrate for that long. And it was really good. I had a fantastic time. She was like, you need to read them before the rest of them come out. So, but The Martian was another one. I'd already watched the movie and then went back and read the book and fucking loved the book. I usually try to read the book first because I love book to movie adaptations, but once I've got something in my head one way or the other, whether it be the book first or the movie first, whichever one I've seen or read first, the other will not compare. 9 times out of 10. I've talked to Gav about wanting to potentially do this as a project, to who did it better, where I have, because I've just recently watched a TV series on Netflix, Fool Me Once, which is the book is by Harlan Coben. And I loved the TV series. And once I realized it was a book, I was mad at myself for not having read the book first. So now I'm thinking about going back and reading the book first. So, and there's quite a few, like I've read Red, White, and Royal Blue ages ago when it first came out, but I really liked the movie. I really loved it. And now I want to go back and reread the book again to see who did it better. I loved the movie. It was so good. But yeah, there's a few. I love the movie Purple Hearts. Like, I don't come for me, but I know it's trash. Again, I love the movies, the after movies. They're trash. They're romanticizing something they shouldn't, but they're good. I like them, okay? I have a very simple mind. But yeah, Purple Hearts is, I have seen that movie, I'm not kidding, probably about 12 times. I love it. When the week it was released, I watched it. The next day I watched it again, and a couple of days later I watched it again. I think the first week I watched it like 4 times. So I would like to read the book for that as well. I have the book as well. But yeah, I don't know what my point was. Oh, The Last Kingdom. Struggles. The Last Kingdom, yeah. I want to try reading the book. But other than the work, I have 4 hours left of Wheel of Time 1, close to the end. I cannot believe that's on my TBR this year. Fucking hell. Reading Family of Liars. The first step of dance choreo will be to actually get dressed into dance practice gear, aka sports trousers and t-shirt, nothing fancy. So I get dressed at the start of the first sprint. Nice. I don't read fantasy, but I love your channel. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm interested to know actually what you do read and what do you get from my channel if you don't read fantasy, because obviously I do read across a range of genres. Fantasy does tend to be my biggest genre, but I read a hell of a lot of romance as well, and then also thrillers and horror. But I'm interested to know what genres you do read, because that is interesting to me. I always find it interesting when people will repeatedly watch someone who they don't have a lot in common with. I kind of love that because it, to me, there are quite a few people on YouTube that I watch that we don't read a lot of the same genre at all. But I just love their content and I love them as a person. And I just love watching them talk about books and the passion and stuff. So I love that, even if we don't read the same stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for being here, though. I listened to The Last Kingdom first book, but I never continue because I always watch the series. I think that's what's going to end up happening. I think I might I think I might end up reading the first book and then not continuing with it just because I'm going to watch the series anyway. Popular opinion, I really like watching the adaptation first. When you'll pick up the book series after, you already know you'll like it and it will just get better. That's a really good point, actually. And I suppose as well, in that sense, you already then have like what you think the character will look like in your head. Like I read before the Jack Reacher movie came out, the first one with Tom Cruise, I read that book that it's based on, and I loved the book. And then the movie came out, and I had a good time with the movie, and I love Tom Cruise. Like, he's a great actor, but he was not Jack Reacher. And I just couldn't get past it. I kept saying to my dad in the cinema, I was like, Dad, this is not Jack Reacher. And he was like, I don't understand what you mean. And after the movie, I had to explain it to him. I was like, listen, I've read the book. This man is supposed to be like 6'5", 200 and odd pound, and he is built like a brick shithouse. And that is not Tom Cruise. He is tiny. He is muscular for sure, but he's not built like a brick shithouse. But at the same time, I felt like he carried himself very well to portray Jack Reacher. I think he did a good job with what he had, essentially. And now the series has been done, and Alan Richardson, however you pronounce his last name, he's playing Jack Reacher. 10 out of 10, knocked it out of the park. He is definitely the perfect Jack Reacher, and I love the series. I'm so excited for. I'm waiting for the whole of season 2 to be dropped so that I can just binge watch it. Matt's been watching it episode by episode, my brother, but I can't. I haven't got the patience. I like the books, but the TV show is better. Yeah, sometimes it works that way, you know. Oh, here's the link for the Discord. Thank you. Oh, if it's worked, I'm not sure. Thriller and horror. Nice, nice. I am trying to get more into my thriller and horror, and I'm having a great time with horror at the moment, which is funny because I am a scaredy cat. But I am trying to get more and more into it. So that's pretty cool. And I love that. Thanks again for being here, though. I truly appreciate it. Never watch movies first. This is just an exception. Also, with Twilight, I did the same, such as you did. Not a massive fantasy fan. I'm currently reading I Am Flame, though romance is also something I dip into on occasion, but not all the time. Here for the cozy vibes. I love that. Thank you so much. I do try and be like super cozy, but I watch other channels and I'm like, how can I never be that cozy? What's really funny is I actually call myself out for that in this spend the day with me that's going to come up this week. Call myself out for it massively. I'm like, I aspire to be like the clean talkers that get all of the super fancy angles and it's super cozy. And I'm like, it is the booktuber I aspire to be, but probably never will. Try to keep books and TV shows separate and not compare. I learned that with the Lord of the Rings film release. I adored the films, but only when I didn't compare them to the books. Fair. I love the Lord of the Rings books. The movies. I haven't read the books. I love the Hobbit movies. I read The Hobbit and fucking hated it. I just couldn't. I finished it, but I hated it. And I will never figure out how they got 3 movies out of that one book. And because of that, I've just never gone on to read The Lord of the Rings because I'm terrified I'm going to dislike it. So my dad had a similar situation with it, though. He'd read The Hobbit years and years ago when he was younger. He has reread it since and hated it both times, but loved The Lord of the Rings books and then subsequently loved the movies. But yeah, Matthew, romance, thriller, horror, and middle grade are my favourite genres. Nice. I read thrillers, fantasy, horror, but mostly read a wide range of books. Trouble with me is that if I watch TV show, movie first, I get lazy and then cannot be bothered to read the book. I know what you mean, and I think this is why I'm mad at myself for having not read Fool Me Once before watching the TV show, because now I know the ending and how it's going to end. Albeit it doesn't always follow suit, but they are kind of close, you know. Similarly, Leave the World Behind is another one that I really want to do a Who Did It Better on, because I haven't read the book. And I don't know if I'm going to get through the book because I think it's more like literary fiction than anything, which isn't my jam. But I have bought it. I watched the movie and I was angry at the end. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? How is that the end? What do you mean? I literally shut up. I was sat in bed with Andy watching the movie, and I sat up and I went, what? Wait, what? How? Why? For what reason? And he was chuckling his head off. He was like, is that the end? And I was like, I think so. I rewound to make sure we hadn't missed anything and it hadn't skipped, but no, that was the end. And now I'm like, okay, well, now I need to read the book because I need to know if we get more from the book. Like, is this supposed to be 2 movies? Has it been split? I don't understand. And then the book came and I was like, why is this book so small? Why is it so small? So yeah, I don't know. I just struggle. I never know whether it's best to watch the movie first or read the book first, because either way, you're going to know the end then when the subsequent, when you get to the subsequent, whichever version next. I don't know. Yeah, I struggle with this sometimes as well. Albeit, what's really funny is that when I read Heartless by Elsie Silver, I immediately pictured Cole Hauser specifically Cole Hauser, I've said this a bazillion times in videos, specifically Cole Hauser as Rip in Yellowstone as Cade. Is he called? Yeah, he's called Cade, right? Cade. Immediately, I've no idea who would play the female character, but on occasion it just comes to me, and I'm like, who would be the perfect person for this? It's very rare it happens, but with Heartless, it happened immediately with Cade. I was like, 1,000,000%, literally no other person could play Cade other than Cole Hauser, but as Rip from Yellowstone. Like not Cole Hauser from Fast and Furious or any of his other films, specifically Rip from Yellowstone. Staple genres are romance, then fantasy with a sprinkle of crime, mystery, thriller, and I read all ages. Nice. Read Lord of the Rings via audiobook after watching the films, couldn't get into them. All the descriptive writing threw me off. But audiobooks were so good and I enjoyed both. Yeah, Andy's read the audiobooks for Lord of the Rings, actually, surprisingly enough, and really, really enjoyed them. I read fantasy most, followed by non-fiction. Interesting. I had the same thoughts about Tom Cruise. I first read Jurassic Park: The Lost World and watched the movie and totally ruined it for the person I watched it with. Oh no, that's one Gav's been telling me I should read, actually. I love the Jurassic Park, like Jurassic movies in general, all of them, Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. Good morning, reading Blood and Steel by Helen Sure. My apologies. I appreciate you. Thank you. Calliope, I'm the opposite. I cannot get into audiobooks, but for them. But I fly through the books. Fair. Morning, just in a house, clean, 14 bin bags later, some books boxed up, ready to move, and now I'm showering, ready to read. Look at you being progressive. Look at you being productive. It's going to be a long day. Hello. I like to read first. That way I can enjoy seeing the book brought to life on screen. Yeah. Prick shithouse. Canadian, the only person I've heard use that phrase. Oh, really? I think we use it quite a lot in the UK. I don't know if it's a UK thing, but I use it all the time. It's to describe someone that looks, is an absolute unit. Like the tallest being you've ever, well, not the tallest being you've ever seen, but really, really tall and just built like they hit the gym all hours of the day, a brick shithouse. It must be a UK thing because, back in the olden days in the UK, our toilets used to be outside. So, a brick shithouse. And they were built really, really well because obviously the weather's crap in the UK. So Michelle Keegan is fantastic. I also loved her in Our Girl. I never finished that series off and I really should go back and try and do it. And now I love seeing her in movie, like programs where she plays a military personnel. I think she just does it really, really well, I really enjoy it. Books are usually so much longer than I would rather be spoiled for the adaptation, so I get more hours of not knowing the ending. Yeah. Tedious. The audiobook was done really, really well, don't get me wrong, but I was fucking bored. Really, really bored. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense, Fran. Book was great. Yeah, I used to be like that. I used to get nightmares from horror, but I've gotten into it more now. I think it's Andy's fault because he watches a lot of horror. It's coming today. I hope you're excited. I did not plan this, that the last day of Final Book Support Group would be the announcement for Literature Readathon. But maybe I should do the same thing next month for the next Final Book Support Group. We'll see. Fair. Oh, nice. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I think us UKs and Aussies have a lot of sayings that cross over, Built like a brick shithouse. Yeah. Yeah. It's so funny. I just think it's a really funny saying. I mean, I've said it so much over the years now that maybe I don't find it that funny anymore, but I love it when someone who hasn't heard it before hears it for the first time. Nice. No, I know. I need to be slowed down. The Clitlit readathon, though, will only happen twice a year. And I do tell you in the announcement when the next one will be coming, not the dates, but what month. So keep your eyes peeled for that. No worries. I usually tie it in with going to the post office. So I will be going to work on, because I use the post office in West Orton because it's better than the post office here. So I will be going to West Orton on Wednesday. So I will be posting them on Wednesday for you. I hope that's all right. I usually put like a longer turnaround just in case, when it just depends on when people put their order in. So I did a post on Wednesday last week. I will be doing a post on Wednesday this week. I hope that's okay. But yeah, the post office here is terrible, whereas the post office in West Orton treat me really, really well. And especially for when we have our massive drops, they will just allow me to come in and I literally write down the amount for each, whether it's the UK, your like EU, international, whatever, and the sizes of them, and put the weights on them, and they will just turn them around for me. They just put it all in, give me a receipt, and if there's anything extra, they will just pay it for postage, and then when I'm next in, I will just pay the extra. They're really good. They treat me really, really well. So whereas this post office would have me waiting there while they printed every single stamp off, for every single parcel, and on big drops that can be 150 parcels, I would clog up the entire post office. It's ridiculous. So hello to Portugal. I'm 41% into God of Fury, hoping to finish it today. I am enjoying it. Nice. All right, I've chatted long enough. Shall we get on with some reading? Because I really need to get through Jade Legacy today, so that I can prove to Jade that I will get through this book. So yeah, let's get on with the first sprint, shall we? Let's go. Hello. How did we do in that sprint? I managed 48 pages, and I'm now on page 519. And I have 3 hours and 14 minutes left of my audiobook. I also wanted to just click on this as well. Couldn't hit the broadside of a barn door is another popular saying, but most folk don't know what it means. I don't know if it's the same thing, but we say in the UK, couldn't hit a barn door with an Uzi. And couldn't hit water if you fell out of a boat as well. I don't know if it means the same thing or not. As in, you've got no aim. Bought a pack of 3 bookmarks off your shop, left them in the packet and forgot there was 3. I finally opened the packet and found the other 2. Was pleasantly surprised. Love that for you. Hello, welcome. I'm trying to finish Happiness Falls by Angie Kim. My library hold runs out tomorrow. You've got this. 57% into Lore Olympus Volume 1. Hello. 88% of Amina. Devs, you've got this. Listen to 11% of my book. I read 40 pages. I still feel like I'm so far away though. Like, this is a really nice split, but this still seems like a lot to read today, you know? And especially because I would still love to really finish this today as well. And this is how much I've got left of this as well. So I'm a little bit intimidated. I'm just hoping I can make some progress. I am going to pick this up in the next sprint though, because the fact that I'm making, I'm getting through over 60 pages of sprint in this makes me feel really happy and like loads of progress has been made. Thanks. Just 6 exams left to grade. Couldn't remember the right word for it. Non-native speaker. Hello. Had a shower and took out some rubbish. Had lunch and read 18 pages. Sorry, I just completely stalled there. I think I was factory resetting. I read the 8 pages. I have YouTube on in the background and keep getting distracted by Jade's cruise vlog. I know, I'm dying to put it on. I just haven't had a chance to sit down and be able to watch the video yet. Just joined in. I'm reading Happiness Falls and continue with Blood on the Tracks today. Nice. Less than 2.5 hours left of Red Country. Plus, I managed a chunk of my puzzle. Smashing it. I think I might go down in the next sprint. It's freezing today. So I might go down and put the fire on because I'm really cold. And I might make some noodles as well. Finished studying and now ready to read. Nice. Listened to just over an hour of the audiobook of The Curse of True Love. So I now have 80 pages left, but I'm really not enjoying it. Oh no. That is a shame. I DNF'd that series. Well, I DNF'd the first book because I didn't like the writing style. Hi, lovelies. Can finally catch sprints because I had surgery yesterday. So now I have 2 weeks of sitting and still and reading. I hope you're okay, Holly. Just joined about 20 minutes ago, so I worked on next week's planner. Going to read Fable by Adrian Young in the next sprint. Nice. Couldn't organise piss up in a brewery. Yeah, I love that one. I love that one. That's my dad. Couldn't organise piss up in a brewery. Had lunch, so didn't read anything and just heard I have to play tennis match this afternoon. Someone is injured and I have to replace them, so sadly not as much reading for me today. That's a shame. But good luck with tennis. I have been lurking until now. I'm busy meal prepping, but got a chance to read a bit and got to 300 of 376 of What the River Knows. Nice. 306 of Akamath. Oh, really? I don't know where I've got it from, to be honest. My brother says couldn't hit a barn door with an Uzi all the time. And he tends to say that, and I tend to say couldn't hit water if you fell out of a boat. I tend to say it if someone like aims for something, trying to throw paper in a bin or a basketball in a net or something, you know, they miss. Couldn't hit a barn door with an Uzi. I read 38 pages and got a snack. Nice. 21 pages. Just showing at the end of the sprint, but I will start. Iris Kelly doesn't date in the next sprint. Couldn't organise piss up in a brewery. And if they're especially bad, I'd add on even when they get pushed into a vat of beer. 40 pages of Blood and Steel. I appreciate this. Thank you. Also waiting for games download on my Switch. That's the other thing I could do, actually, is take my Switch down and play some games. I've also got House of Dead on the PlayStation that I could play, so I might do that. 21 pages left of Iron Flame. You've got this, Gemma. Only 40 minutes left in my audiobook and made good progress on my knitting project. Got to page 42 of Dragon Republic. It won my poll, but not sure if I'm in the mood, so I might read something else. Fair. I do love the Dragon Republic, but you have got to be in the mood for it. I've been out this morning, but now here I'm ready to read. I have an hour and a half left of Ashes and Stark as King. Will be able to finish that. I read 7% of my book. I started with the last book of Legacy of God series by Rena Kent, and I'm thinking if I want to go back and read the other books, I really want to read that series. I've seen Larry Reed's going on about it so much, and I really want to read it. Someone keep my book so I finally work out and shower. Come on, Leonie. This next sprint, I reckon you can get at least your workout in, if not your workout and shower. You've got this. Come on. I'm also working on setting up my 2024 reading journal. Got dressed, had brunch, leftover Dominoes, and started editing, but decided to have SKZ Code, a Stray Kids YouTube series playing instead of audiobook. We'll physically read later. Read 35 pages. Happy Sunday. Got out of bed during that sprint, got ready, had breakfast, and managed to read 19 pages in the last 20 minutes of the sprint. Nice. Just popped in. We'll be reading The Name of the Wind to finish work, and can't go to sleep, so I'm going to read. Fair. He could have picked it up from a show or something. I've picked up many sayings from Big Bang Theory over the years. Yeah, same. A Name in the Wind. You could listen to an audiobook while working out. Multitasking indeed. I love to stick an audiobook on when I'm doing housework. Because then I feel like I'm getting twice the stuff done. I'm just getting myself ready to go downstairs immediately. I will also bring Cat Gamer with me. And my Switch. Come hither. You are fully charged. Fantastic. I should hope so. You've been plugged in. Take all of those down with me. Oh my God. Excuse me. Look at her butt. No reading for me. I realise one of my cold water pipes is frozen. At least the landlord lives next door, and if I can't fix it myself, oh bless you. Good morning to you, Carrie. I have... What do I have plugged in at the moment? I've got Fae Farm plugged in at the moment that Andy got me for my birthday or Christmas. I also have Animal Crossing. In fact, I need to find out where that is. I also have Animal Crossing, but again, it's one of the plug-in ones. And then downloaded, I've got House of the Dead, which is better on PlayStation than it is on here. I've got Monopoly, Speed 3 Grand Prix, Spyro, Little Nightmares again, which is a plug-in. I don't even know where that is, to be perfectly honest. And Cozy Grove. A huge mix, actually, of both like horror-ish with Little Nightmares and House of the Dead, and then cutesy with Fae Farm, Animal Crossing, and Cozy Grove, and then racing. Oh, my coffee to make itself. Is that the kind of mood we're in today, Carrie? That is a mood, to be fair. I want my noodles to make themselves. Yeah. All right, let's go. Hello. How did we do in that sprint? I made it to page 190 in the Hawthorne Legacy. Keep wanting to say the Inheritance Games. So I read 63 pages in that sprint. I have 2 hours of the audio left in this. And 3 hours and 13 minutes of the audio left in this. So let's see what damage we can do. I'm going to spend the next 2 sprints, which will probably actually be our last 2 sprints, I reckon, reading this and see how far I can get. Let me move this thingamajig. I also continued that until the end of that chapter. Read 54 pages of Saint's Blood in that sprint. Nice. 33 pages of read. 40 pages and 76 pages left. Got myself a coffee, got to 92% of Amina. We'll finish in the next sprint. Yay! I hope you're truly, truly loving it, Devsy. Got back from groceries and started on Eye of the World. Read 41 pages in that sprint and also played with the doggo. Nice. Finished Attack on Titan Volume 6 and gave it 5 stars. Nice. 68 pages. There is a break from snowing currently, so I think I'm going to go on a little walk before it gets dark. Fair. Is it going to click? 42 pages of Inferno. Read 33 pages. 41 pages and some housework done. Not 25% of my book, off to eat lunch. I think I was going to make some noodles in that sprint, but I didn't. So I think I'm going to make some in this sprint. Had lunch and 5 pages. Less than an hour and a half left of Red Country. Smashing it. Read 70 pages of Famine. Ran to the grocery store to get a few pantry items to keep on hand in case we lose power during the winter storm. That's going to be moving through this evening and tomorrow. Good luck. Fingers crossed you don't lose power is what I meant. Not good luck that you lose power. Fingers crossed you don't. I am. It's good. It is good. I just always find that mentally it can take its toll trying to read a book like this in such a quick space of time. But I really struggle with reading it over a longer period of time. Like Becca from Becca and the Books can split a very chunky book, like 800-page book, to span over like 2 or 3 weeks by doing like 50 or so pages a day. Whereas I really struggle with that. I tried it with Malice and I was really on it for about 5 days and then I stopped. And I've still not finished that book, despite the fact that I'm enjoying it. So I find it better to try and concentrate for 2 or 3 days on a chunkier book. But I do also find it quite taxing and tiring as well. But I am enjoying it. It's good. I'm just looking forward to getting to the end of the series and it being done, because I've read one of these books every year. This will be like the 3rd year. Instead of just reading them in closer proximity than I have. So yeah, I'll be glad to have this and the Poppy War series done on my shelves because I finished the Poppy War trilogy last year. I read the last 2 last year. Made my coffee and I'm on page 484 of Iron Flame and I'm so glad I got the audio to go along with this. Finished Iron Flame. Thanks for these sprints for getting me through it. You are very welcome. Haven't read anything yet. Sold books on Vinted before Xmas, and Vinted is telling me that every returned to me and every's telling me that they are lost. Been fighting with Vinted all morning trying to get a refund. That's so annoying. So annoying. Jade Legacy, I am currently 520 pages in, sorry. And Hawthorne Legacy, I am 190 pages in. Not quite halfway on this, I don't think. Although maybe. Oh, no, yeah, I am. Read about 1.5 volumes of Blood on the Tracks. Nice. Got some editing done and watched more Stray Kids Code. We'll do the last bit of editing for today during the next sprint. I'm reading the last one before I work on my Miss You choreo later. Nice. I am also finding it a different experience to Fourth Wing, which is why I haven't finished it yet. Good morning to you. 8:51 a.m. here. It is 1:52 p.m. here. Tried to get up earlier, but I guess I really needed the sleep. Waking up and starting to read in this coming sprint. Nice. Oh, yeah, that makes a good point. You make a good point. How bizarre. Read about 48 pages of Hosab. Nice. Oh, I hope you're all right, Fran. 2:53 a.m. in New Zealand. Time just blows my mind, honestly. I know it's a thing, but like time differences, but it blows my mind how we can be at such different times of the day. Like 2:53 a.m., 8:53 a.m., and 1:53 p.m. Wild. I finished Lord of Shadows this morning. Absolutely loved it. Love that for you. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hydration station. Just woke up, 7:54 a.m. putting laundry away. I could never be the kind of person that gets up at 7 something in the morning on a Sunday, unless it was for a flight. I take my hat off to you, honestly. I got out of bed at 10:15 this morning. I had sprints at 11:30. I sent them out my emails from Every saying that I lost, but they keep telling me Every said they were returned to me. It's only £23, but I want it back. Yeah, it's the principle of it, isn't it? You either want the book back or the money back. Like, you either want the book or the money back, you know? 2:54 p.m. 10:24 a.m. Make cookie dough to eat later. I love cookie dough. Things are just a bit funny right now in terms of parts of my vision is blurry in places. Happens after my eyes sometimes. Fair. 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 Balance. I tell a lie. I think I have had a lie-in like that recently, but I gave myself like the first week of January off. Was it the first week of January? I think it was the first week of January off work because I'd finally completed all of my videos for Bookmas. And I wasn't able to give myself between Christmas and New Year off. So I gave myself the first week of January off. And I think I had a couple of days there where I don't think it was like 12:30, but I have done that before. But I slept until like 10:30, 11. That's so frustrating. I wonder where they could be. I bet Every have them, honestly. Yeah. How annoying. Oh, excuse me, I need to make some lunch and wake up a bit. Yeah. Oh, for God's sake. All right, we're ready to sprint again. Let's go. Hello. How did we do in that sprint? I made it to page 569, so I managed 49 pages of Jade Legacy. I have 2 hours and 25 minutes of that book left, so progress is being made. I was just trying to get an update on the cardiac arrest from the Bolton game yesterday. If you were here yesterday, I noticed that I'm a Bolton Wanderers fan, if you didn't know, but the Bolton game was suspended yesterday after a fan had a cardiac arrest in the stands. And I thought I would have a look, see if I could get an update, and it turns out they've passed away. Bless him. He was 71 years old. That's devastating. Oh, bless. Oh, dear. Woken up and did a 30-minute workout. Got to 41% of Eye of the World. Read 34 pages. Finished Amina 5 stars. Love that for you, Devsy. On chapter 41. Nice. 75 pages of Ashes and Stark as King. On page 571. Have about 30 minutes of the audio left. 2.5 chapters of King of Pride and did the ironing. Got to chapter 29 of Oliver Twist. On page 519. The little list woke me up during that sprint. I have acquired caffeine and scrolling my phone to the sound of Mickey Mouse in the background. Got ready for the day and started Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation Volume 3. I read 41 pages in that sprint, but going to put Saints Blood down for now as I'm not feeling it, to be honest. Going to start Obsidio. I need to do a reread of Obsidio this year. Yeah, it's really sad. Bless him. He was a Bolton fan as well. I wasn't sure because the game was supposed to be at, was it Cheltenham we were playing? Game was at Cheltenham. It was away for Bolton. So I wasn't sure if it was a Bolton fan or a Cheltenham fan, but he was a Bolton fan. About 80 pages, 40 pages in that sprint. So I should finish in the next sprint. I have already picked my next book as it will be a fast read and I'll be able to finish today. Nice. Yeah, it's truly sad. I feel so bad for him. Made it to 26% of Kill Order by Tate James. Nice. Didn't read anything, so watched some YouTube. Finished The Endless War, really enjoyed it and gave it 4 stars. Probably take a little break from reading. Not sure if I'll start another book today. Fair. I know. I'm gutted for him. Page 136 of 353 of Fable. Read another 40-ish pages. Packed up some of my soul to go to the post office and got to page 95 of Rhythm of War. Missed half of what you were saying. Still have a video playing this time from the SKZ log series. Yeah, from yesterday. He passed away. Unfortunately, he didn't survive. He was 71. Currently reading The Taking of Heart and Mercies. I'm trying to read more of my box books. Just found out it's the first book in a series. Thought it was a standalone. It is not. The second one is coming out later on this year, though. So, you know, it's a good thing to get to it. It's a great book as well. I really loved that book. It was so good. Felt like a warm hug. Just joined up doing cleaning sprints while switching between rewatching The 100 and listening to my audiobook of Game of Thrones. Nice. Got distracted by lunch, but hoping to finish Red Country soon. I had lunch in that sprint as well. Went on a walk and had a shower. Productive. Very sad indeed. Got through about 50 pages. So I have to go. So thank you so much for this very much needed sprint. You're going You're such a cute person. When will the next sprint be? Oh, bless you, my love. I don't do public sprints too often, mostly because of time constraints, honestly. I'm either filming, editing, reading, or doing Patreon stuff. So I do a lot of sprints on Patreon, but not as many public ones. I tend to reserve them for readathons. There is an announcement coming this afternoon about 5:30 this evening, about 5:30 p.m. GMT, where I will be announcing a readathon for February. So chances are my next public sprint will be for that in February. So keep your eyes peeled. But if you also wanted to, subscribe or tap the bell on my channel, you will get notifications for whenever I post or do sprints. But thanks so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much for hanging out as well. I hope you've had a good time. Just joined. How are you finding the Inheritance games? 2, I'm just over 100 pages into book 3. I'm enjoying it so far. It's going good. There's been lots of reveals and I'm having a good time. Every other month, final book support group readathon is usually every other month. So January, March, May, July, September, November. I find that it works better, so I'm not doing a readathon in December, because I previously, since COVID, I have done the festive readathon, and I want to get back to that this year, so that I'm not doing one in December. I feel like doing the last final book support group for the year in November is always a good choice. So every other month from January. And they will be very lengths. I feel like people prefer a week long, but sometimes also like a long weekend works well as well. I struggle with the month long ones, so I don't think we'll try that again this year. But yeah, I'm also obviously introducing the literature readathons this year. There will be 2 of them, one in Feb, and you will find out in the announcement video what month the next one will be in. And I think that's it for public ones. Oh, the festive readathon, hopefully in December as well, if I can get back to that one in December. And then I do Patreon readathons as well. I do a 24-hour F1 Patreon readathon every single month. And then on the odd occasion, I think about 3 times this year, we're going to do the box readathon, which is a week-long version focusing on subscription box books. So this week has been the first one for the year, and we have a couple more coming up the rest of the year. I have made a calendar. I posted it only for my patrons of what I plan on doing throughout the year in what months, not the dates, just which months I'm planning on doing them. And I have been umming and ahhing about whether or not to post it public. So if that's something you'd like to see, I can post that on my community page on YouTube if you're interested in seeing it. I'm happy to post that. I posted it to patrons last year in December, but I'm happy to post that publicly if you wanted to see it. Got a bit more editing done. We'll probably do a little bit more in the last sprint until my current Stray Kids video is over. About 16 minutes left, and then we'll read the rest of the sprint. I'm so glad you love an announcement. You're going to be getting a few back-to-back, to be honest. Not like back-to-back, but monthly back-to-back. So obviously last month we had the announcement for Final Book Support Group. This month we've got the announcement for Literature Book Club, and the next month we'll have the announcement for Final Book Support Group. So yeah, you are very welcome. I hope you have a wonderful day. I know. It cannot be stopped, apparently. I must be stopped. I just don't have to. Don't let me add any other readathons to my schedule, because I have not the time. Now I've started my current reads in the readathon, but they do work for a final book and the last book so far in a series. That never happens. Just came back from having lunch and a shower. I haven't read anything because I have had to talk to people. Talking to people sucks. I think around a week long is a good time frame. Yeah. I think it helps people get through the chunkier ones as well. The announcement is today. So I wanted to get it up early enough for those of you that do plan ahead for your Feb TBRs. Absolutely. All right, let's do. Oh, this will be the final sprint, by the way, as well. Let me just do the clicker thing. Clicker, scroll. All right, let's get on with the final sprint, my loves. Hello, hello. How did we do in that last sprint? I got to page 619. I have just this last little bit left to go. Feels so much better now. I've got less than 100 pages to go. Just less than 100 pages as well. That's not the app I wanted. An hour and 36 minutes left, and I've got just like an hour and 59 minutes left of this. So hopefully I'll still be able to finish those this evening. I am going to read this in between these public sprints and my Patreon sprints at 5, because I also wanted to get to this and it'll give me a little bit of a break from this as well, which will be great. And then hopefully I'll finish these with patrons later. Progress is being made. Anyone else feel like today has absolutely flown by? Because I do. Finished my Wheel of Time pages and moved on to One Dark Throne. Nice. Read 57 pages of Obsidian. Bloody love this series. Are you combining the audiobook with physical reading him? Finished Ashes and the Starkest King. New favourite series. So good. I really enjoyed that series. Thank you. I've got to be so proud of myself once I finish this book, honestly. Got to page 142 of Rhythm in War. In Rhythm of War. Let's try that again. In Rhythm of War, not of Rhythm in War. Somebody reboot me, for God's sake. Read about 40 pages of an IPB book. Finished my book and updated it in my journal. You got this stuff, you can finish it. I've added my books to my core pile sheet as well, ready, so that all I need to do is add my ratings. So I'm determined to finish them this evening, because now I've added them to core pile with those dates. I can go in and change them if need be, but I'm determined to finish all of them this evening. Updating journals and spreadsheets, made another coffee, 53 pages. On page 549 of 624, we'll be finishing this after the sprint. So glad I picked it back up. Nice. Finished Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation Volume 2 and started One Piece Volume 2. Have about 6 pages left in it. Smashing it. Thanks. I'm really happy. Need to decide what I'm going to start for Patreon sprints later. Nice. Indeed. And the audiobook is amazing. Isn't it good? I love that series. It's so freaking good. And it's one of my favorite reading experiences of all times, to read the Illuminae files with the physical book and audiobook combo. It's just so good. Managed 61 pages in that final sprint. I'm over 300 pages into the House of Hades, and maybe I'll be able to finish it later today. Going to switch to audiobook so I can clean it a little. Nice. Hello, found a book in a series I need to read. Lisa Scott Holiday Flirt's third book in a series. Nice. $120 pages since I joined the sprint. Smashing it. 2.5 hours left of my audio. Loving Remarkably Bright Creatures. Doesn't take any prompts, but due back soon at the library. That is fair. Thanks. I'm super proud of myself. And then for the whole week for Box Readathon, obviously Cat Gamer doesn't count for Box Readathon, but it does for Final Book Support Group, so that's cool. Jade Legacy counts for both. The Hawthorne Legacy counts for both. I've also read Fate Inked in Blood, which counts for Box, and I've also read Heart the Sun Warrior, which counts for Box. So 4 books complete for Box, and 3 books for Final Book. So I'm really happy with that. And Fate Inked in Blood and Heart the Sun Warrior counted for Winterween as well. I had 3 readathons cross over in the last 10 days. It's been a wild ride, let me tell you. On page 310, got about 140 pages left of Red Country. Got to page 220 in Famine. I have 76 pages left on my book. Try and finish the book this evening. You've got this. Do you want to get dressed again and bring the doggo once you pop off? Such a good series. 30 pages of Stoneheart. Nice. Down to less than 100 pages left in my current read. Same, Lexi. Well, in one of them anyway. Oh. Well, my eyes are killing. I really need to go and put my glasses on. Watched the rest of my video and did a little more editing, and then put my Monster X K-pop group, The Dreaming Record, on Tiny Boogie as well before reading a chapter, 8 pages from Talon's Sister. Nice. Thanks so much for hanging out with me this weekend. I honestly don't know where the time has gone, quite frankly. I'm not going to lie. This weekend has gone by so fast. I just don't get it. I'm so confused. I did. You're so welcome for the sprints and the readathon. Keep your eyes peeled for tonight's announcement. If you are a romance reader, you will be interested in the literature readathon announcement. So do keep your eyes peeled for that. 5:30, it's going up. But yeah, thanks so much for hanging out with me. If you are a patron, we do have sprints starting at 5 o'clock. So I may or may not see you over there. But yeah, I shall see you very, very soon. Bye for now.